Superior Court for the Judicial District and Sonia Milford at Milford for the transaction of criminal business is now open in session in its place. All persons having cause, action pending, summoned, are bound to appear herein and shall take due notice thereof and give their attention according to the law. And I'm the Judge H. Gordon Hall presiding. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning, Marshal. Good morning, everyone.
Court is now in session. You may be seated.
So, Counsel, is there anything that we need to take up before we'll just bring the jury in and then let them go back to work?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Could we bring the jury?
Sure.
Good morning.
Morning.
6 jurors, Counsel?
Yes.
Right. Unless you have anything for any of us, I'm just going to send you back to your room. All right?
Thank you.
Excused. So unless there's anything from counsel, we'll just recess for the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you.
All rise. Court's again in session. You may be seated. Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Good morning. So we have a note, which is marked Court Exhibit 11. Can we get Trooper North's testimony? So that's all they say, and I would propose to give them all of his testimony because of the nature of the note. I'm advised by the clerk that that's roughly 4 hours and change. So I propose to maybe do the direct and then take lunch and then all the rest of it.
That's fine. That's fine.
Or I'll pose that to them, but that was what I was sort of thinking that we might want to do. Okay. Anything before we bring the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
5-5, jury, please.
And do we know how long that might take to set up?
It's been a setup.
Okay, good.
You just want me to stop at the end of the direct?
Well, we'll see where it is, but
Yeah, I'm not sure.
we'll be able to tell as we listen to it, sort of. And that would be a rough division, I guess.
Okay.
We'll feel it
I'll
out.
let you know if it's close to lunch.
Welcome back. I have your note. We've discussed it with counsel. Had the reporter retrieve the information. And so I propose to go ahead and play that testimony for you starting in a minute, like now. Okay? Estimate is roughly 4 hours and change. So I would propose to do the direct examination and then maybe take lunch and then do the balance of it. That seems about right. That'd have us breaking around, I think, around lunchtime anyway, so, all right? Okay, Madam Reporter, if you could cue that up.
May I inquire? You may, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I know your name is Brian North, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to call you Brian throughout. How old are you, Brian?
I'm 33.
And where are you from originally?
I'm from Connecticut.
Okay. Born in Connecticut?
Yes.
Raised in Connecticut?
Yes.
Describe your family makeup. Are you married or are you not?
I'm currently married. We don't have any children at this time.
Briefly describe your educational history.
I have a bachelor degree in philosophy from the University of Connecticut.
Right. And in what year did you obtain that degree?
I graduated in 2012.
Right. What was your career path right out of college?
I wasn't sure exactly what I wanted to do right out of college. I had some odds and end jobs. I had a job as a land surveyor for a time, carpentry, and then eventually I found myself in loss prevention at Sears, followed by Lowe's loss prevention, and I left from there and became a member of the state police.
All right. What made you want to be a police officer?
I wanted to have a career path that I felt had some sort of meaning, where it's more than just a job, and it would give me the opportunity to help people, to make a difference in the world, to have a positive impact.
So when was it that you first applied to be a police officer?
I applied for the state police, I believe it was in 2014.
And explain, if you can, what the process is that you had to undergo to become a police officer.
So the state has an application window for applying. It's a 2 to 4 week window. Once you apply, you're set up with a written exam date. If you pass the written exam, you move on to a physical exam. If you pass that, you go to a background check, a polygraph exam, a psychological exam, and then a medical exam.
Okay. And specific to you, did you pass all those exams?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a person is a member of the department, do they have to go for yearly checkups?
Yearly checkups.
Yearly, like physicals and whatnot?
No, you only have to pass the PT test when you apply and are in the academy.
So once you were hired by the department, what comes after that?
So after you're hired by the department, you begin a 6-month training academy where you learn to become a police officer.
All right. And what types of classes do they teach in the academy?
It's basic police level courses, so motor vehicle law, search and seizure, motor vehicle accidents, patrol, anything of that function.
Okay. So when were you in the academy?
I was in the academy from June to December of 2015.
And did you take any classes or do any study in addition to what the academy provided?
Yes, after I graduated the academy, there are courses that are offered through the department and through post. I would regularly apply to these classes.
Okay. And what types of classes are you talking about?
I have a variety of classes from crisis intervention training, interview and interrogation, class on use of force policy, class on police response to ambush, things of that nature. There were multiple, I don't remember all of them.
Okay. As part of the training through the academy and beyond, were you also educated in areas such as use of force, liability, use of felony car stops, things like that?
Yes.
Okay. And there has been testimony about certain policies that this trial was presented. You were familiar with those policies that you heard of in this trial?
Yes.
Okay. Those policies included what? What policies was it? Have been mentioned in this trial?
We've mentioned use of force policy, body worn camera policy, pursuit policy.
Now, how long have you been a Connecticut State Police Officer?
I will be at 9 years in June.
Of this year?
Of this year, yes.
And through what troop do you work?
Troop G.
Give what area does Troop G geographically cover?
Troop G covers the southwestern corner of Connecticut along the highway.
So is that where geographically, just so the jury has an understanding, where does it start? Because I know I-95 runs sort of west to east.
Yes, so for I-95, Troop G covers from the New York border all the way up to the Branford-Guilford line around exit 56, 57. It also covers Route 15 from the New York border to the Sikorsky Bridge, as well as portions of Route 7, Route 25, and Route 8 up to exit 11, as well as all state buildings in that area.
All right. In addition to the training that you've already testified about, did you receive any additional training in civil action of 2019 that the Connecticut State Police provided?
Yes.
And explain that, please.
In October of 2019, I was selected as a new operator on the State Police Tactical Unit, and in November and December, I attended a 1-week new operator training program in each month, respectively.
Now, you mentioned the tactical unit. It sounds like additional training is provided for those individuals, those members of that team, correct?
Correct.
How many hours of training would you say you received in the last quarter of 2019 as a member of that unit?
It was approximately 100 hours, maybe a little more. It was 2-week-long trainings, as well as 2 days of training in November and 2 days of training in December.
So approximately 100 hours in the last quarter of 2019.
Correct.
And among the training that you received, did you receive training that dealt with the proficiency in use of firearms?
Yes.
So, sir, around the 2019-2020 timeframe, and specifically the timeframe that brings us here today, what were your duties for the Connecticut State Police?
I was a patrol trooper assigned to Troop G in Bridgeport, as well as a new operator on the State Police Tactical Unit, not with full capacity yet.
Okay. And as you're in the form of your capacity rather as a trooper, around January of 2020, what was the shift that you were working as a trooper?
I worked evening shift.
All right. And on the night in question, January 15th, 2020, were you working the night shift?
Evening shift,
The
yes.
evening shift. And what specifically is the time frame on the evening shift?
It's from 2 p.m. to around 11 p.m.
So now what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to shift your attention to January 15th, 2020, the event that brings us to this case. You noted you were working the evening shift. Explain how you were in uniform that day.
So I was wearing the Class B winter uniform, which consists of black pants with a blue and gold stripe along the side, a gray long sleeve shirt with state police patches on either armband, a state police shield or badge over the left breast pocket, and a name tag over the right breast pocket, as well as a blue tag.
What was your duty weapon that you had at the time?
It was Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0.
And this is a weapon that the Connecticut State Police issued to you, correct?
Correct.
And the training that you just spoke of recently, in a couple questions ago, in the last quarter of 2019, was that weapon one of the weapons used in your training?
Yes.
What type of vehicle did you have January 15th, 2020 in your capacity as a police officer?
I had a 2016, I believe it was, Ford Taurus Police Interceptor.
Okay. And was it, how was it labeled as a state police vehicle? And to say it differently, how was it recognizable as a police car?
So Connecticut State Police vehicles they don't have markings on it. They're just generally gray or silver vehicles, and there was a light rack on the roof, and on the light rack at the front and back it says State Police on it.
Okay. And the emergency lights on the car, were they functional that day?
Yes.
Was the siren functional that day?
Yes.
As part of the uniform that you just described, is there also a body-worn camera?
Yes.
And you were wearing it that day?
I was.
And it was functional?
It was.
Explain to the jury for a moment how the body-worn camera operates. How is it that it turns on and turns off?
So body-worn camera is linked to the emergency lights on the vehicle. So once you activate your emergency lights, it also activates your body-worn camera.
All right. And we've also heard testimony about the camera that's in the police cars, MVRs.
Yes.
How do they generally operate?
In a similar fashion to the body-worn camera, once the emergency lights are turned on, it will also turn on the MVR. In addition to that, you can also manually activate the cameras by hitting a button on them.
And on this particular day, you were working the evening shift. What was the patrol number? Did the patrols have certain names or numbers?
Yes, I was assigned to Patrol 7 that evening.
Okay, and what towns does that cover?
So it covers from Milford through Orange, West Haven up to New Haven, along I-95 from exits 39 to 47.
All right. And I'm now going to focus your attention to around 4:30, 4:45 on January 15th. Prior to the commencement of this episode that we're talking about today, where were you stationed? Where was your car parked?
I was parked off exit 40 in the DOT parking lot.
Okay. And in your car, you have, among other things, a radio, correct?
Correct.
And that radio is used by state troopers to listen to dispatch back to Troop G,
Yes.
right? Can I ask so I'm going to play a recording and ask if you recall hearing this recording in your car at the time that I mentioned. From State 7.
Okay, thank you.
1423 copy. No, breaking it off. The reason I was on the night, I want to travel. I'm just this guy right now. Copy. Breaking off.
Sir, did you hear that recording in your vehicle?
I did.
Okay, and did you hear in that recording that, well, you heard what the recording was, right?
Yes.
Suspect armed with a knife.
Yes.
Sir, can I ask? Play 724, please. We're going to play a second recording asking you to call hearing in your car while you were sitting in it prior to the pursuit beginning.
Just the officer that's on highway or near the vehicle, let them know their officer telling us the consider a felony stop here, consider a carjacking. I will say. Sure.
Sir, did you hear that recording in your car?
No, that was a phone call between Norwalk and Troop G, so I wouldn't have heard that.
Okay. Can you play 728? I'll ask if you heard this recording.
On the call, the officer started investigating our state against this, and now we have a carjacking incident. She's fought, individual bit of things. So just say, Senator,
Did you hear that recording, sir?
Yes, I did.
Now, you had testified that you were at exit 40 in the DOT parking lot, correct?
Correct.
What did you do next?
I continued to listen, and I know I looked on my MDT, my laptop, to see the location of Trooper Jackson and I think it was Trooper Dalling. They were parked at the 27 northbound entrance ramp, and I continued to watch where they are and listen for further updates.
All right. And was there anything unusual about the fact that there was a pursuit of a stolen motor vehicle in Norwalk?
So initially, yes, when the pursuit was first broadcast, it came out just as Norwalk being in pursuit of a stolen motor vehicle, if I remember correctly. And I thought that was strange because our pursuit policy had recently changed several months prior, prohibiting pursuits of stolen motor vehicles.
And do you remember when that policy had changed?
I think it was within 6 months of the incident. It was relatively recent at that point.
All right. Now, you heard the broadcast mention of carjacking. Is that a felony in the state of Connecticut?
Yes.
And you testified about your knowledge of the pursuit policy. These changes in the policy, you obtained these changes as part of your training, correct?
Correct.
And to say it differently, Connecticut State Police educates its troopers about what the changes are in policy.
Correct.
Policy through the administrative rules are just that, right, sir? Just policy?
Objection, leading.
How, you know what the administrative rules are for the Connecticut State Police, correct?
Correct.
Matter of fact, from cover to cover, how long are the rules and regulations for the Connecticut State Police?
I don't know the exact number of pages, but it's well over 1,000. I think if you printed it all out, it would probably fill a 5-inch binder.
And where policies are used, are they interpreted as hard and fast rules or just policies?
They're policies. They're used as guidelines. So obviously you can't plan for every single situation you encounter.
So getting back, sir, to your actions, please explain, you just mentioned a conversation inquiring about why there's pursuit. What did you do next?
Once the pursuit passed 27, or I'm sorry, it wasn't a pursuit at that time. So once the vehicle had passed 27 where the troopers were waiting for it, and I got an update that it continued past them to approaching 28 without them having picked up the vehicle, that was when I got on I-95 southbound and began heading south.
All right. How were you obtaining information of what this white Hyundai Sonata was doing?
I was listening to the radio. The dispatch was broadcasting updates.
All right, and this dispatch is coming from Troop G, correct?
Correct.
Troop G is providing information regarding the car's whereabouts?
Yes.
Sustained. And where does Troop G, what's the source of the dispatch? Where's it coming from?
It's coming from Troop G in Bridgeport at the dispatch center.
Okay. Now, were you able to also monitor where the other troopers were?
Yes.
Explain how you could do that.
So on the MDT, the laptop that's mounted in the vehicle, you can click on troopers' locations, or click on a trooper and it will bring up their GPS location on the map. So you can see in relatively real time, there is a slight delay where that trooper is.
Okay. So you can monitor, again, generally where they are, correct?
Correct.
And your radio is able to provide you the idea of where the suspect vehicle is.
Correct, by listening to the updates from dispatch.
All right. And what was dispatch informing you about the way that this vehicle was operating?
They were informing me that I was driving erratically.
Did it explain, and how do you come to that conclusion that it was erratic operation?
I don't remember the exact transmission, but I knew along the entirety of them following it, there are various reports of it driving at a high rate of speed, reportedly striking vehicles, and then just the speed at which they were giving updates of the exits it was passing. It was evident that it was traveling at a high rate of speed.
Do you recall what time of day this took place?
It was just before 5 p.m.
And what day of the week it was?
It was a Wednesday.
And what highway was this taking place on?
I-95 northbound.
And are you familiar with I-95? Specifically, are you familiar with I-95, say from Bridgeport to New Haven?
Yes.
Heavily traveled road?
Yes.
What further information did you obtain as you're now driving southbound on I-95?
So I was listening to the updates of the vehicle's location, and I believe it was in the exit 33 area when I decided that I would flip around at exit 35 and station myself on the northbound entrance ramp and to get ahead of the vehicle.
Now, sir, just to take you back again, after hearing the broadcast regarding that this was being reported as a carjacking, suspect had a knife, how did that change the situation in your mind?
Well, I knew that a pursuit would now be authorized because it had changed from just being a stolen motor vehicle to a violent crime being committed in the form of a carjacking with the reported knife.
Did you also consider the information you were receiving from Troop G regarding the operation of that white Hyundai Sonata?
That's also a consideration. One of the reasons for breaking off pursuits is a danger to the public. So if a vehicle is continuing to operate erratically after pursuit has been broken off for a length of time, it's continuing to be a danger to the motoring public.
And motor vehicle moving at a high rate of speed can be considered dangerous?
Yes.
So you're still driving, traveling southbound. What did you do next?
I flipped at exit 35. So I got off the southbound 35 off ramp and then got back on the 35 northbound entrance ramp.
Your Honor, at this point, I'm going to play a portion of States 8. This is the mobile video recorder of Trooper North. It's already in evidence. I have reduced it to a shorter clip, which I'm going to mark as defense 2. Defense B, if I can approach the clerk.
Okay, so that's marked. Any objections?
Just the portion of the NVR of Mr. Norton.
Correct.
Okay, no objection.
Okay, so that can be a full exhibit.
That's defense B.
B.
Tracy, can you just stop for a moment? Sir, I'm going to show you what's been previously entered into evidence as your mobile video recorder from your motor vehicle. And just so the jury understands, what am I referring to when I make that reference?
It's the dash camera footage from the inside the cruiser.
Okay, this is mounted so it can look out your front windshield, correct?
Correct, it's at the top of the windshield, just to the right of the rear view mirror.
Okay. Now, you testified that you had gone from southbound to northbound, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to show you a video which is now defense B, a portion of States 8, which is from when you just entered I-95 north. I'll ask you to watch it. I'll stop in a couple points, okay?
Okay.
If you would, thank you. Now, sir, as this clip is playing, what speed are you driving at this point?
I'm traveling around 40 miles an hour.
All right, and what are you attempting to do at this point?
At this point, I had just received a dispatch that the white Hyundai was coming up behind me, so I'm looking in my rearview mirror to observe the vehicle.
All right, and what steps were you trying to achieve at this point other than trying to watch it?
So once I saw the vehicle, I attempted to position my cruiser in front of him and turn on my emergency lights in hopes that the vehicle would slow down and I could initiate a traffic stop.
Stop for a moment, please. Sir, we are at about a minute and a half into this recording, and I see a white vehicle in the center of the screen. Is that the vehicle you're making reference to?
Yes,
What kind of vehicle was it?
it was a white Hyundai Sonata.
All right. And as you just testified, you were trying to slow the Hyundai Sonata as he was behind you, correct?
Correct.
And now the car is in front of you, correct?
Correct.
So were you successful in slowing the vehicle?
No, it passed me in the right lane.
All right. Continue, please. At this point, your lights and sirens are activated, correct?
Correct.
Objection meeting, Your Honor.
Move the stress to Dave, if you can rephrase it, Mr.
I got a shot. You can play it. Is your car, what is your police car doing at this point?
I'm following the vehicle with my emergency lights and siren on.
Okay. What town are we in at this point in this video?
We should still be in Milford at this point.
In the white Hyundai Sonata, what is it doing now?
Currently, it's driving down the right shoulder, passing multiple vehicles at a high rate of speed.
And how fast was this Hyundai Sonata traveling from what you could observe?
I don't know at this exact moment, but I know it's alternating speeds between 80 to 100 miles per hour.
As the video continues, does the white Hyundai Sonata continue to, what lanes of traffic does the Sonata continue to use?
At this point, it's just in the left lane.
What is it doing now?
It switched over to the center lane and it slowed down because there was a vehicle in front of it. So at this point, I positioned my cruiser in front.
Right? And what was your intention?
Trooper Jackson was also in the pursuit at that time, so we were attempting to box the vehicle in.
And I apologize, I was speaking as you were answering the question. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
Trooper Jackson had also joined the pursuit at this point, so we were attempting to box the vehicle in, slowing it down.
All right. And what did the video show as to your success or lack of success in doing that?
We were unsuccessful.
All right. Turn to please. We now see what do we now see in the video?
So that's Trooper Jackson's cruiser passing me after the collision.
Okay. Can you testify right now as to what or how the Hyundai Sonata was driving?
So it's continuing to drive at a very high rate of speed, driving erratically while being pursued by at least two police vehicles at this point.
What do you observe now as far as the motions and movement of the Hyundai Sonata?
So the vehicle is jerking back and forth, and as it's shifting from lane to lane rapidly.
What's the law regarding when a police officer is requesting for motorists to pull over? What's the law? What is the motorist supposed to do?
You're required to slow your vehicle and pull over on the right shoulder.
And did the operator of the Hyundai Sonata do that?
No.
At this point, as this video continues, had you been able to identify who was in this Hyundai Sonata?
No.
Were you able to determine number of occupants?
No.
What is the Sonata doing now?
It's currently driving down the median.
And what were the speeds at this point? And what town are we in now?
I believe we're in West Haven at this point.
All right. And through your recollection, what were the speeds in this area that the Sonata was driving?
It continued to maintain between 80 to 100 miles per hour.
And during this period of time, Brian, were you maintaining communication with your chief?
I was, because at this point I was the second vehicle in the pursuit.
Okay. And what are the requirements of the second vehicle in pursuit?
So the second vehicle is to take over radio communications and relay all pertinent information back to dispatch.
All right. And so what information were you sending back to your chief?
It's traffic conditions, weather conditions, lane of travel, location, speeds.
Now, sir, at this point, this pursuit has now been ongoing for a number of minutes, fair to say?
Correct.
And has the Sonata slowed in any way or otherwise pulled over?
No.
Were you also maintaining communication with Trooper Jackson?
So I'm not talking to Trooper Jackson. I'm giving all information to Troop G, but Trooper Jackson is listening via his radio.
We've now hit the exit 43 off ramp. Can you explain what the Sonata is doing?
So it's passing the vehicles that are in the left side of that lane and taking a left-hand turn onto Campbell Ave at a red light.
And explain what you just did with your car.
So I pulled to the left side of Jackson's cruiser and positioned my cruiser diagonally in front of Jackson's, up with my hood up towards that black SUV in an attempt to contain the white Hyundai Sonata.
And to that point, explain that a little more. Why were you attempting to try to contain it?
Because up until that point, the driver of the white Honda Sonata had made every attempt to escape, including ramming both of our cruisers while we attempted to box him in on the highway. So I wanted to cut off a potential avenue of escape at that location as well.
So now at the moment where you're underneath the overpass, what information did you process as to what the operator of this motor vehicle had done? Like, what did you know about the operator of the motor vehicle to that point? This is before you're coming out of your car.
I knew he had just struck the civilian vehicle in the form of that black SUV.
All right. And that's in addition to the other information from Troop G Dispatch, correct?
Correct. The previous reports of this incident starting as a carjacking with a knife.
And everything that just happened on the highway that we just saw.
Correct.
Including we saw a video, a portion of the video where you described trying to box in the operator of the Sonata. Obviously, did he collide with your motor vehicle in this attempt?
He did. As we were trying to box him in on the highway, he rammed the rear driver's side of my cruiser and the passenger side of Jackson's cruiser.
Okay. Leading damage?
Yes.
All right. You testified just a moment ago about a civilian motorist underneath the highway. What did you observe about that civilian motorist in the dark colored vehicle?
I saw that the vehicle was stopped.
Okay. And what did the Sonata do as far as the civilian motorist is concerned?
So it was not driving at a high rate of speed at that point, so Jackson was able, I was assuming, slowing down for traffic because that civilian vehicle was stopped. And at that point, Jackson drove his cruiser up alongside the driver's side of the Hyundai Sonata in an attempt to contain him, to box him in. And I saw at that point the white Honda Sonata collided with the rear of the Chevy Trailblazer and also struck Jackson's cruiser.
Best you know, what was the speed that the Sonata hit the Trailblazer at?
I would estimate it was traveling around 15 miles per hour, but I don't know the exact speed.
And how would you characterize that as far as impact? High, low, medium? What would you characterize it as?
Low to medium impact. There was an airbag deployment.
All right. So at this point, the car is now come off the highway, and I failed to ask you this. What did you observe as the car was exiting exit 43? What did you observe as far as the traffic on 95 ahead of everyone?
On the highway proper, just past exit 43, it becomes very heavy traffic, as it does that time of day in rush hour traffic as you get closer to the New Haven area.
All right. And so due to the heavy traffic, this pursuit now goes on to the off-ramp, correct?
It appeared that way, yes.
And onto Cable Ave, correct?
Correct.
Objection meeting.
Stay. That's right.
We've seen the video up to the point where you parked your car. What did you do now once you parked your vehicle?
At that point, I put my vehicle in park and got out of my vehicle and drew my pistol and proceeded towards the rear of my cruiser.
All right. Why did you draw your pistol?
Because we were doing a felony stop. That's procedure on felony stops, as well as the report of the driver of the Hyundai Sonata being armed with a knife.
All right. What did you do next?
At that point, I looked over and I saw Trooper Jackson standing at the driver door of the Hyundai Sonata, yelling to the operator of the vehicle to get out of the car, get out of the car. I saw Jackson then move quickly around the front of the Hyundai Sonata over to the passenger side, so I took his position at the driver door and observed the driver of the vehicle.
All right. Still, what type of, what were you doing with your weapon at that point?
We both had lethal cover on the operator. We're doing a felony stop, and we're trying to contain any possible threat from emerging, because it was reportedly he was armed with a knife.
So please explain what you observed. You're now on the driver's side, as you just testified. Please explain what you observed.
So I activated my flashlight so I could see inside the vehicle. I saw the operator of the vehicle. He had his eyes closed and he was leaning back on the chair with the seat slightly reclined, and his head was on the headrest and his hands were on his lap.
Did he have on a seatbelt?
No, he did not.
So was he responsive?
No, he was completely unresponsive.
And what impression did this leave you by seeing him in that state?
So he appeared to be unconscious or passed out. I've working at Troop G on the highway, I've gone to countless accidents, and a collision at that speed would not be conducive with an operator losing consciousness. So I was thinking at that point that he was either having some type of medical issue or possibly a drug-related issue.
You also, so where exactly what was your line of sight at this time?
So I was going back and forth between looking at the operator of the vehicle's hands and eyes, just continuing to monitor for any change in what the driver of the vehicle was doing.
What portion of the car were you actually looking through?
I was looking through the driver door window.
As opposed to the windshield?
Correct.
And why the driver's door window versus anything else?
So because of the angle of a windshield, it's harder to see, especially to see clearly through it, especially with your flashlight on when it's in darker conditions. Whereas being more square on with the driver window, it's flatter to you, so it's much easier to see inside the vehicle.
All right. Are you also, so you're watching Mr. Suleiman at this point, correct?
Correct.
What else are you watching?
I'm also looking at what Trooper Jackson is doing on the other side of the vehicle. At that point, I saw a West Haven officer also run over to the vehicle and stand next to Trooper Jackson.
Did you know who that officer was?
No, I had no idea.
And what did you do next?
I continued to monitor the driver of the vehicle. At some point, I heard banging, and I looked over and I saw what appeared to be the West Haven officer striking the window with what I thought was a baton. At that point, I instructed Trooper Jackson to go to taser.
And can you explain why that was?
Yes, so it is procedure in a scenario like that. At that time, the operator of the vehicle did not have any weapons drawn, and he wasn't being an active threat, but that doesn't mean he can't rapidly escalate the situation. So since I was maintaining lethal cover, I instructed Trooper Jackson to go to taser in the event that the operator of the vehicle began to escalate to a point where that would be necessary.
And how was it that you communicated that to Trooper Jackson?
So I yelled out Jackson's name and told him to go to taser. I saw that he looked up at me, so at that point I took my left hand and I patted the taser on my duty belt.
All right. If I could just take a moment, you talked about some verbal communications here. Explain the sort of the volume in the scene as you found yourself at this point.
So it was extremely loud. We're under the overpass of I-95 during rush hour traffic, so obviously it's very loud with highway traffic above. There's also my siren going, and I believe Trooper Jackson's siren and his cruiser was still activated as well.
So getting back to Trooper Jackson, after you communicated the go to taser, what then happens after that?
He holstered his firearm and he drew his taser.
All right. And what is that called when a person or an officer goes to taser?
It's non-lethal cover.
Now, you testified about a West Haven officer. Did you know who that West Haven officer was?
No,
Were you giving him any commands to do anything?
no.
As far as you know, was Trooper Jackson giving him any commands to do anything?
Not that I could hear. I also couldn't hear any conversations going on the passenger side of the vehicle.
And how quickly was this whole situation developing?
Very rapidly.
So, after he goes to taser, what happens next?
A short time after him transitioning to taser, the window shatters from being struck by the baton. At that point, the operator of the vehicle seemingly comes to.
Through your training experience, why was that window being broken?
So there are multiple reasons to break a window. Given the situation, we needed to effect the arrest of that individual. The doors were locked, so you can't just open the door normally, which would be ideal. You would, in that essence, if they're not complying, have to break the window to get access into the interior of the vehicle to extricate the person inside the vehicle or do anything to begin that process. There's also the additional need of someone who's seemingly unconscious inside a vehicle to get in that vehicle quickly, and that primarily involves breaking a window if a vehicle's doors are locked to get access to that person.
From your perspective, you were able to, what were you able to see? Explain again who you were able to see on the passenger side of that vehicle.
So I saw Jackson standing, it was basically adjacent to the A pillar of the vehicle, so that would be the part where the windshield and the door frame meet. And the West Haven officer was just at his left-hand side, and he was the one who broke the window, and he was right at the window.
So please explain further from your perspective the proximity of these two officers to the passenger door.
Jackson looked like he was within a foot or two, and it was tough to tell with the West Haven officer because he looked like he was almost in physical contact with the vehicle at that point.
And this again is from your point of view, from where you're standing.
Correct.
All right. After the West Haven officer breaks the window, what happens next?
Once the window is broken, the operator of the vehicle, it seems like he wakes up, he comes to, his eyes shoot wide open, and he begins looking around. His hand then immediately shoots down to his right pants pocket, and he began reaching rapidly as if to pull something out.
Were you able to specifically see that motion?
Yes.
All right. Could you stand and show the jury the motion that you observed?
So his eyes were closed as he was leaning back, and he opens them, begins looking around, and it's just like tugging in his pocket quickly back and forth.
Thank you. What did you observe as far as clothing that Mr. Suleiman was wearing?
I saw he was wearing a thick winter jacket.
Right. And again, notwithstanding the clothing, you were able to see the actions that you just described.
Yes.
Did you still maintain lethal cover?
I did.
And why was that?
Well, one, as I said before, we were doing a felony stop, and two, now it appears that Mr. Suleiman is actively trying to produce something from his pocket.
And this consideration is based upon the information that you had previously obtained from Troop J.
Correct, with the reportable weapon.
All right. So please explain, once the window is broken, what Mr. Suleiman then did.
So he pulls out a silver-colored object, which appeared to be a knife. He then brings it up and holds it in front of him in a closed fist with the edge portion facing forward and the tip facing up. He then turns over towards his right, and I see him make eye contact with the passenger side of the vehicle where Trooper Jackson and the West Haven officer are positioned. And I know through my training experience that's called target glancing.
All right. So specifically, can you explain sort of the movements that you saw Mr. Suleiman take?
He shifted his upper body. I mean, he had the knife where it was almost, you could call it coiled back. I could compare that to someone about to throw a punch, how their fist is back, where it's close to your body as opposed to being outstretched.
And in what direction was Mr. Suleiman advancing towards, or moving towards, or turning towards?
He was turning towards the passenger side of the vehicle where the West Haven officer and Trooper Jackson were.
Now, at this moment in time, if we could just consider this moment in time, what was the status of the window?
It was open
And why was it open?
because the West Haven officer had just shattered the window.
And what did you perceive, or what did you see as far as Trooper Jackson and Officer Rappa?
For a moment, I took my eyes off the operator of the vehicle to look over at what they were doing. And I saw Trooper Jackson moving towards the open window with his taser out, and I could not see the West Haven officer at all, which appeared to me that he had begun moving into the vehicle to begin the extrication process.
And can you explain that a little further? How did you interpret that? What was your thought process about why you couldn't see him? What did you think?
I assumed I couldn't see him because his head had ducked below the roofline of the vehicle in attempts to now either stick his head or his entire upper body into the vehicle at that point. Obviously, if the door is locked, we're not opening it from the outside. So if he's going to get that door open, he's going to have to reach inside to an unknown vehicle that's not his to find the door handle. But obviously, I don't know what's going through his head at that moment on where he's trying to go.
So just tell us now about your field of vision, and where is your field of vision at this point?
I had tunnel vision at that point. I was highly focused on the threat that the operator of the vehicle had just introduced in the form of the knife and his posturing at that point.
Explain what you were feeling at this point.
At that point, I had it's almost like an oh my God feeling. This is happening while the West Haven officer I'm thinking is in the window because I can't see him. And I was afraid that he was going to be stabbed in the face or the neck, which is obviously can be a fatal injury.
What were you personally feeling?
I felt that I had to act in that moment, or the West Haven officer, even potentially Trooper Jackson, could have been killed.
Now, you testified that Mr. Suleiman started to turn to the right.
Objection leading.
My apologies. Please explain again.
Thank you.
Usually cross-examining. Please explain again the movement of Mr. Suleiman immediately before you discharged your weapon.
Immediately before I discharged my weapon, he was turning towards the right, towards the passenger side of the vehicle in the open window.
And was Mr. Suleiman within the wingspan of both officers?
Yes, in a vehicle that size, a Hyundai Sonata, an adult male is typically able to just extend their right arm and touch the passenger side door or window. So if you add leaning into that in the driver's seat and the additional length of the knife that was in his hand, he's well within reach of the officers.
You discussed the car just briefly there. How would you discuss that car as far as size?
It's just a small car, not like a large SUV or something to that nature where I wouldn't consider it compact like a smart car. It would just be an average size sedan.
So with the motions that Mr. Suleiman was just taking, as you discussed, the wingspan that you discussed, what about your training and experience caused you to come to your next thought process?
Well, he had introduced a knife and was rapidly escalating the situation to a lethal force encounter. And I was in fear for the life of the West Haven officer who I perceived to be entering the vehicle at that point.
At this point, did you fire your weapon?
At that point, yes, I made the decision to fire my weapon.
And again, why?
To protect the life of the West Haven officer and potentially Trooper Jackson as well.
At this moment, were you in fear of your own safety?
At that moment, I wasn't thinking about my safety now. I was just concerned with them.
Did you believe, based upon your training experience, that firing your weapon was reasonable?
Leading.
It is leading. You've been trained in the use of force, correct, sir?
Correct.
And as a matter of fact, may I approach the clerk for a moment? May. Sir, retrieve weapon previously marked as C-41. This is the policy for the State of Connecticut Department of Emergency Services and Public Protection. All right? This is in evidence. And, sir, what I'm going to do is I'm going to approach you, I'm going to hand you this document, and I'm going to ask you to read a couple things from it, please, okay?
Okay.
Number one.
All legitimate uses of force in a law enforcement or custodial setting are ultimately justified by an articulable need to exert some level of control over another person.
Read number two.
It is the subject's actions which dictate the quality and quantity of force used by an officer in response thereto in order to exert control.
Number three.
The need to exert control over another person in a law enforcement or custodial setting is often characterized by rapid and unpredictable changes, requiring the officer to continually reassess the subject's actions as well as his or her response to those actions.
I'll retrieve that. Sir, according to policy and your training experience, were you aware of the existence of these policies?
Yes, I was.
Now, let me bring you back to what did you do immediately after you fired your firearm?
Immediately after I fired my firearm, I broadcast shots fired and began to reassess the operator of that vehicle.
All right. What happens next?
I'm looking in the vehicle. It's tough to see because the glass is shattered at this point, but there was a hole in the shattered glass that I was able to peer through. So I was looking at the operator's hands, and I saw that he was still moving and he still had a knife in his hands. So at that point, I yelled out something to the effect of, "He's got a knife, drop the knife, drop the knife."
At this point, explain, and you started to do so, where you were looking and how you were looking.
So because it was a small hole that I'm looking through in the glass, I physically had to squat down so I could look back and forth to change the plane my eyes were on so I could see through the hole, so I could look at the operator's hands as well as his eyes, and then just go back and forth between the two, because his hands are obviously a threat, especially at that point having a knife in them, and his eyes would indicate what, or at least give hints towards what his next actions would be if he's looking at something, target glancing again.
And at this point, where exactly did Mr. Suleiman have the knife?
He had it in his right hand, in his fist, closed fist.
The same hand that he held it in previously?
Correct.
What happens next after you see the knife?
At some point, he ends up dropping the knife. I say something, I believe, along the lines of, it's out of his hands, it's on his lap. Once I see that, I decided to make the decision to punch out the shattered glass using my pistol so I could reach in quickly and retrieve the knife, which subsequently I did. I grabbed the knife from his lap and placed it on the hood of the vehicle. And then I immediately alerted the other officers on scene that I had the knife, it was on the hood, and to pull him out of the vehicle.
Prior to Mr. Suleiman being removed from the vehicle, did you explain what the type of cover you maintained?
I continued to maintain lethal force. One, because he did still have the knife in his hand at that point, but then even after I removed the knife, we had reports of a knife, so that was the weapon you could say we knew about. One, we had reports of it. Two, I had visually observed it, but that doesn't mean there's not an additional weapon that he's carrying. In fact, in our training in the academy, when we're searching someone, if you find one weapon on a person, you're trained to immediately begin your pat down of said person or search of said person again, because they say where there's one, there's more.
How soon after you discharged your weapon was Mr. Suleiman being removed from the Sonata?
I don't remember how much time had passed between the two. It felt like it was a relatively short period of time.
So please continue. What happens next?
So at some point, one of the officers or troopers on the other side of the vehicle reaches in the vehicle and begins to pull Mr. Suleiman out of the vehicle so we could begin rendering first aid.
Did you participate in Mr. Suleiman's removal?
No, I did not. At that point, I made the decision to go around to the passenger side of the vehicle, though, as they were pulling him out.
All right. What happened with this Hyundai Sonata once Mr. Suleiman was removed from the vehicle?
As he was being removed from the vehicle began to roll forward.
Now, do you have any recollection about whether the car, what was the status of the car? Was it on or off during this episode?
It was on. He never made any conscious effort to shut the vehicle off, to my knowledge.
And when the car rolled forward, what happened to that car?
It ends up striking the black Chevy Trailblazer an additional time, and I believe a West Haven officer jumped in the vehicle to put it in park.
Once on the passenger side, sir, what did you see or do next?
When I got to the passenger side of the vehicle, I saw that Mr. Suleiman was now removed from the vehicle and I don't believe he was on the sidewalk. I think he was on the road right in front of the sidewalk, and a West Haven officer had begun life-saving measures.
All right. So please explain that. What did you observe in this attempt to render aid?
So someone had brought some type of first aid equipment over to one of the West Haven officers who had taken over his primary care for Mr. Suleiman, and it looked like packing wounds on his chest with gauze or quick clotters. I'm not 100% sure on that.
All right. And what did you do? Did you make attempts to render first aid?
So at some point, someone yelled for a first aid kit. So I immediately went to the rear of my cruiser and opened up the trunk, and I pulled out my blue state police issued first aid bag. I immediately returned over to Mr. Suleiman and put the bag down next to him and began opening the bag and going through it. I don't remember how much time passed, but a short time later, the West Haven officer that was rendering first aid reported that he lost his pulse, so he began administering CPR. So at that point, I pulled out my bag valve mask from my first aid bag, and I began assisting the West Haven officer in administering CPR in the form of doing rescue breathing.
Can you explain for the jury what a bag valve mask is and how it's used?
So a bag valve mask, it covers the nose and mouth and creates a seal, and attached to it it's like a reservoir that fills up with air. So when you squeeze the reservoir, it pumps air into your patient's lungs. So you're in essence breathing for them, which is necessary during CPR.
And you did that?
Yes.
Okay, and at this time, how many officers are now on scene?
I'm not sure because I'm rendering CPR, so I'm only focused on Mr. Silverman at this point and the West Haven officer who I'm performing CPR with. Everything else is just a blur outside of that.
So continue, what further efforts did you make in an effort to provide first aid?
I continue with rescue breathing. We did several rounds of CPR. I'm not sure how many rounds it was. At some point, someone arrived on scene and asked if I was the one that had discharged their firearm. And when I told them that yes, I had, they told me to basically stop doing CPR and have, I think it was Trooper Jackson, replace me for breathing for Mr. Silverman.
All right, at this point, what did you do?
I walked over with I think it was Trooper Richter, who had pulled me off of the scene, and we walked back over towards I think his cruiser.
Your Honor, this might be a good time to take a break.
Okay. We'll break till 11:15.
All right. We're standing in recess till 11:45, folks. Once again, in session, you may be seated. Good morning, Your Honor.
Morning, Marshal. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor. May I remember 3 things here?
I'm sorry. Yeah, oh yeah, sure. Six jurors and 2 alternates, gentlemen?
Yes, so stipulate.
Thank you.
You continue.
Inquire.
Good morning again, Trooper North. So we left off at the point where you were rendering first aid and then someone approached you.
Yes.
Okay. What happens next?
I remember being pulled off of CPR and relieved by, I think it was Trooper Jackson, and then walking with the trooper that had pulled me off of CPR over towards his cruiser, I think it was his cruiser, I'm not 100% sure.
All right. So where do you then go at this point?
Just standing over by the cruiser, and at some point, Sergeant Kiley arrives on scene.
All right. And explain, did you interact with Sergeant Kiley?
Yeah.
Okay. What happened? What took place there?
He asked me if I was all right, I think, and he asked for a quick synopsis of what happened.
Now, this is the same Sergeant Kiley that testified earlier in this trial?
Yes.
Okay. And is it the same Sergeant Kiley, the same interaction that we've seen video footage of?
Yes.
So again, what was it that he asked you for?
A quick synopsis of what had happened.
All right. Not an interview, correct?
No.
Objection, leading. Stay with your phrase.
So, as you using your words, a quick synopsis.
Correct.
And what was that quick synopsis that he provided?
I don't remember the exact words. I remember asking if he wanted the full story from the pursuit on the highway or just the end, and he told me that he had seen most of the pursuit and just what happened at the end.
And did you tell him what happened?
Yes.
You provided a response.
Yes.
Now, at this point, as video showed, the audio of the body-worn camera turned off.
Yes.
Do you have any idea how or why that happened?
No, I can't know why.
As a matter of fact, did you know at the time, at the scene, that the audio was turned off?
No.
You answered Sergeant Kiley's questions until he stopped asking you questions, correct?
Correct.
What happens after you finished your interaction with Sergeant Kiley?
He had me go to Yale New Haven Hospital.
So let's take a moment and let's talk about what you were feeling. This conversation with Sergeant Kiley was about how long after this incident where you discharged your weapon?
I don't know. It was I think a short time after being pulled off of CPR, but I don't know.
What were you feeling?
I was definitely in shock. I remember my hands were shaking and my heart was beating like crazy.
Explain what you were feeling, like what sensations, what were you feeling?
It was a very strange sensation that I don't exactly know how to explain. It was almost like my entire body was buzzing or vibrating. And it was just like an overwhelming feeling as I was starting to have a realization of what had happened and trying to process the gravity of the situation.
Were you feeling that same sensation, these same feelings while this event was unfolding?
As the event was unfolding initially, it's just a higher level of stress, but we do enough training to almost work through that. But right after shots were fired, there's not really any training you could do to mentally prepare yourself for that. And I remember immediately after that happened, it was just a horrible feeling that comes over you because you train for having that possibility because you know that this is a dangerous job, but you never actually think that something like that will ever happen to you, that you'll have to be in a lethal force scenario.
So you've explained that you then went to the hospital. What hospital did you go to?
It was Yale New Haven Hospital.
Right. And who brought you there?
It was Trooper Richter.
And you were, who directed you to go to the hospital?
It was Sergeant Kiley.
And how long were you at the hospital for?
It was several hours.
For the several hours that you were at Yale New Haven Hospital, were you still in shock?
Yeah, definitely.
Was your heart still pounding as you described?
Yeah.
Your heart rate was, explain your heart rate.
It was an extremely elevated heart rate. I don't remember what the exact number was, but I know that at this time in my life, it was the fittest I've ever been in training for the State Police Tactical Unit. And my resting heart rate was somewhere from 36 to 38 beats per minute.
Is it fair to say it was not that low at the hospital?
It was definitely not that low at the hospital.
And through those many hours that you were at the hospital, again, the shock still stayed with you?
Correct.
Did it continue to stay with you even after you left the hospital?
Yeah, the feeling of shock starts to subside, but then you're just left with the, it's tough to describe. It's almost like a mental anguish as you're trying to process an event like that. And that's not something that really goes away. That's something you try and almost contain just so you could move on with your life, but it doesn't go away. I still think about this every day. I lose sleep over it. It's not an easy thing to experience and live with.
Sir, at the time you discharged your pistol, did you know how many times you fired it?
I didn't. We don't really train to count rounds as we're shooting. You just rely back on your training.
So the number is immaterial.
In essence, yes.
Okay. Is the number of shots material to your assessment?
We train to fire until you can perceive a change in the threat, which if you're standing, it's easier to ascertain change. An example would be someone falling to the ground, whereas if you're in a seated position, it's much more difficult to ascertain a change in behavior of the threat. It's also tough in this particular scenario because the glass of the window I was looking through shattered, and it made it very difficult to see. So I was just engaging for a very brief period of time in a high stress scenario where you just 100% fall back on your training.
Brian, why 7 shots?
As I just said, I didn't know it was 7 at the time. It's not something that's intentionally done. 7 rounds. It's just falling back to my training.
Now, earlier in this trial, the jury observed photographs of the weapon that you had, Smith & Wesson, is that right?
Yes, that's Smith & Wesson MP 2.0.
And in that particular weapon, how many bullets does the weapon hold, including the magazine?
So the magazine holds 7 rounds plus the one that's in the chamber.
The magazine holds
17 rounds.
Okay, plus 1 in the chamber?
Correct. So 18 total.
Now, at the conclusion of this event, how many rounds still remain in your pistol?
There were 10 rounds still in my magazine plus the 1 in the chamber, so 11.
You fired your weapon until what point in time was reached?
Until I determined that the threat was stopped, and at which point I reassessed, and that's when I saw that Mr. Silverman still had the knife in his hand and was still moving. That was when I issued commands for him to drop the knife.
And the period of time that went by from the first shot to the last shot was how long?
It was extremely brief. I think it was around 1.5 seconds.
You fired your weapon according to the training experience you
Are you
received.
bleeding?
Pardon me. Withdrawn. Where did you obtain your training and experience with your use of the firearm?
So initially I received training through the Connecticut State Police Training Academy. I don't remember how many days, but it's at least a week of training with firearms in the academy. And then every year you're required to do 2 in-service trainings with your firearm. But then on top of that, being a new operator on the TAC team, I had received additional training with firearm proficiency through the tactical unit.
And early in your testimony, you gave us a description of the number of hours of training you received in the last quarter of 2019. Is that the training you're referring to?
Yes, that's the training I'm referring to.
Was there any ability, withdrawn, what ability, if any, existed to de-escalate this situation?
So there was not any ability to de-escalate the situation because when we, at the beginning of the scene, meaning the felony stop, the operator of the vehicle was unresponsive and seemingly unconscious. So de-escalation implies that you're taking someone from an agitated state and bringing them down to a calmer state so you can't de-escalate below unconscious. As soon as the passenger side window was shattered, the operator of the vehicle chose to rapidly escalate the situation. And at that point, there's no time for de-escalation because he was aggressively and rapidly acting.
And who told the West Haven officer to break that window?
I'm not sure if anyone told him to break the window. I just know that I didn't tell him to break the window and I couldn't hear any communications going on the opposite side of the vehicle.
You testified, sir, that you were in shock. Did you panic during this event?
No, I was definitely highly stressed during the event, but I just fell back and relied on my training and past experiences to handle it.
Were you angry at Mr. Suleiman?
No, not at all.
Were you doing the job that you were trained to do?
I was.
So immediately after this event took place, the days that followed, what happened as far as your job is concerned?
So immediately,
Your Honor, I'm with relevance to items.
You want to come up here for a second?
I don't think I do either.
Sir, after this incident took place, were you required, were you requested to make a statement,
yes, I was.
a written statement?
Yes.
Okay. Explain what happened in that process.
So I was given a few days so I could decompress and rationalize what had just happened. Then I was afforded the opportunity to write a written statement after reviewing body-worn camera and MVR footage of the incident.
And after you completed that review, did you write a statement?
Yes.
And was that statement reviewed by an attorney at the time?
Yes, it was.
And then was that statement then provided to law enforcement once it was completed?
Yes.
So in this episode that you testified to today, do you believe you acted consistent with your training and experience?
Yes, absolutely.
Why is it again you fired your weapon, sir?
I was trying to protect the life of the West Haven officer and Trooper Jackson from the threat of deadly force.
And that's why you acted the way you did?
Yes.
What impression has this left on you?
Objection. Irrelevant.
Sustain. Why was it that you became a police officer?
Objection. Asked and answered.
As I stated before, I became a police officer because I wanted to help people. I wanted to make a difference. I wanted to have a career that had meaning outside of just myself. And there were numerous occasions being a police officer that I was able to accomplish that and put smiles on people's faces.
Do you still want to be a police officer?
Objection, Your Honor. Irrelevant.
Sustain that.
No further questions.
So that would conclude the direct examination, I think. Would you like to just go into the cross-examination? Mr.
Yes, no. Yes, no, sure. So we take a short break?
Yes, and then, but then we can maybe start the cross before lunch, is that what you're picturing?
Yes.
Okay. All right, so we'll take 15 minutes.
All rise. is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Marshall. Afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay. Six jurors, gentlemen?
Yes, sir. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Madam, oh, yes.
Oh, you're right.
Well, we don't need to listen to the cross. We heard all we needed here.
Oh, are you sure?
All agreed? Yes, sir.
And do you need, so the way, if you recall, it went like direct examination, cross, then redirect, recross, et cetera, until whenever it ended. You're all set?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well, I'm going to excuse them.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so you can, do you want to take lunch now? Or do you want to go back for a little while?
Oh, we can take lunch now.
Do you want to take lunch? Lunch is fine. Lunch is fine.
Okay, then we'll take an hour for lunch, we'll come back at 1, and then we'll have an entire afternoon, so, okay. All right, we're in recess for lunch.
All rise. Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshall. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Good afternoon. 6 jurors, gentlemen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, at this time, it becomes probably a thing for you guys, but I'm going to just go back into the room now. So you're excused.
Thank you.
Anything, gentlemen?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, recess until
All rise. Court is again in session. You may be seated. Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Marshal. So we have a note again. It's Court Exhibit 12. Note reads, "We have reached a final decision of this case," signed by the foreperson. If you'd like to see it, it's
No, thank you.
okay. Anything before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, could we bring the jury? Please be seated. Mr. Clerk?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, as your initials are called, please answer here, rise and remain standing. Initials SF.
Here.
Initials JH.
Here.
Initials RH.
Here.
Initials AC.
Here.
Initials TS.
Here.
Initials MD.
Here.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, in the case of State of Connecticut v. Brian North, have you agreed upon a verdict?
Yes.
Will the defendant Brian North please rise? Will the foreperson of the jury identify himself or herself by stating your initials for the record?
RH.
Mr. Foreperson, will you remain standing? The remaining members of the jury may be seated. In file number AAN CR 22-0121-580T, State of Connecticut v. Brian North, what say you, Mr. Foreperson? Is he guilty or not guilty on the first count of the crime of manslaughter in the first degree with the firearm in violation of Section 53A, 55, paren A, paren 3, and Section 53A, 55A of the Connecticut General Statutes with which he stands charged?
Not guilty.
In file number AAN CR 22-0121-580T, State of Connecticut v. Brian North, what say you, Mr. Foreperson? Is he guilty or not guilty of the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the second degree with the firearm in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 56, paren A, paren 1, and 53A, 56A, with which he stands charged?
Not guilty.
And file number AAN CR 22-0121-580T, State of Connecticut v. Brian North, what say you, Mr. Foreperson? Is he guilty or not guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 55, with which he stands charged?
Not guilty.
Does the court accept this verdict?
Yes.
The jury may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, please listen to your verdict as it is accepted in order recorded by the court. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, each of you do say unanimously that the defendant is not guilty of the crime of manslaughter in the first degree with the firearm in violation of Section 53A, 55, paren A, paren 3, and Section 53, 55A of the Connecticut General Statutes as outlined. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, each of you do say unanimously that the defendant is not guilty of the crime of the lesser included offense of manslaughter in the second degree with the firearm in violation of Connecticut General Statutes 53A, 56, paren A, paren 1, and Section 53A, 56A of the Connecticut General Statutes as outlined. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, each of you do say unanimously that the defendant is not guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide in violation of Section 53A, 55 of the Connecticut General Statutes as outlined. Mr. Foreperson, is this your verdict?
Yes, it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, is this your verdict? So say you all.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Would either of the parties request that the jurors be polled?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor.
All right then. Your work is done here. You have the thanks of the state of Connecticut, the court, the parties. This was a difficult case. The work that you did was hard. And like I told you in the first place, you won't ever forget it. So you are discharged, your jury service is complete. I would ask that if you could remain in the room behind here for a few minutes, because I'd like to speak. You're excused. Anything from council?
Not from the state, Your Honor.
Not from the defense, Your Honor.
All right. Sir, you have been acquitted. You are discharged. Do we have anything else we need to do here?
No, Your Honor.
All right, then we are adjourned.
All rise.